Olá, pessoal.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Good morning to those who are with you via YouTube. I am Belle. I am a Caucasian lady with brown curly hair, brown eyes. I am dressed in a jeans dress, a silver ring, and black. I am going to guide you today through this second and last day of our seminar, the fourth International Sesc Rio Cultural Mediation Seminar. Memory is more than just remembering. So those of you who are present here today or on YouTube, this is a project dedicated to reflections regarding cultural mediation and how it contributes to the better understanding of historical and artistical processes. A great partner of us is the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro through their postgrad program in ethnography and cultural heritage. Thank you once again to the university. Thank you again to our lecturers who are here today and all participants for your trust in our work, in our initiative, and in believing in us and in planning and thinking necessary changes towards a better society. So, to all of those who are present, please confirm your presence by using this QR code so that you may have access to your certificate at the end of this event. So let us proceed to our first panel, Cultural Mediation, Collective Memories Between Art and Life. Let us reflect here now on how this contributes to collective memory and amplifying art and life and this relationship. So we are going to analyze some experiences regarding territories, subjectivities, a powerful space for listening transformation. Welcome to the stage our first lecturer. She's a general editor of the Mesa magazine. She has a doctorate in art from the University of Pittsburgh in USA. She works between clinics, pedagogics, and cooperative curator activities and publications such as agency, cultural sculptures, and collectivity. Welcome, Ms. Jessica. Our second member of this panel holds a doctorate degree from the Federal Fluminense University, works at the Bispo do Rosário Museum, works with psychosocial assistance and health in the state of Rio, cultural mediation, and psychiatrical reform. He is an artist besides Antonio Gonzaga, works with Amadores Junior Security, Mr. Jandir. Our next lecturer is a cultural manager, holds a doctorate degree in art from 2017, general coordinator of the Mario Pedrosa platform. She is an associate researcher in the America Latino Centre Georges Pompidou in Paris. Welcome, Miss Isabella. Again, the project There is our correct French pronunciation, and as a mediator and analyst from Sesc Rio in Arts Wesley. Enjoy your panel, everyone. You have the floor, and here's the clicker for your presentations. Let us enjoy this panel and learn a lot with it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It is great to see some familiar faces in the audience. I am Wesley. I am a white male. I have a mullet haircut. I use a beard, and I wear a gray t-shirt, a checkered one over this one, gray pants, and a Bourgogne colored pair of sneakers. I'm very happy to be here with you today. This audience who work with you, and so many young people in the audience, to hear a bit about cultural mediation. When we built this event and the program, the agenda, we thought carefully who we could invite to speak about these concepts. When you look at this structure, this is a panel which talks about cultural mediation, collective memory, and the dynamics between life and art. But let us take a step back, and we're going to do this today collectively, which is debating what we talk about when I mention what do I mean, what is cultural mediation, what do I mean by that. So we spoke about yesterday's seminar, and yesterday we spoke about concrete measures, attitudes, and practical work regarding museums, regarding the audience of those, and this is what cultural mediation is. It is a pedagogical and cultural process, and being in its place. It is common to speak about mediation as a bridge, and on our second panel yesterday, this was debated and understood, meaning that this is more a path we cross. So it is something between the object itself and the audience. When you speak about cultural spaces, we think often of institutions such as museums, but today you have institutions which have a different profile. They are more than a cultural space, they are more generical, and they play various roles. So we're speaking about the way you talk, speak, dialogue with the mediations which go on in these spaces. I am from Sesc currently, but my curriculum, my resume in art and education, these are dear colleagues of mine. It's great to work with them. And so as we spoke, I feel at home here. We were backstage saying that we feel at home in here. This is, we have a similar background, and mediation to me means this precisely. It's all about, the audience and the connection with the object, and mediation may happen in various places. Speaking about cultural mediation may be something complex. Let us try to understand it more concretely, in a more concrete way. This is why we built a panel. We brought together professionals who bring to the table different perspectives. To open this up, I would like to invite Isabella to share a little bit these processes, her experience. We spoke earlier. I think I know a bit what you're going to bring and show us. So this is each person will have around 30 minutes to speak, and then at the end we will open this for questions and Q&As. So during the presentation, don't be shy. Make yourselves at home. This is a space for exchange and change, and think about the questions you wish to ask at the end of everyone's lecture, and so that this debate may be healthy for all of us. Isabella, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to see so many youngsters here in the audience. If I knew about this before, I would get ready even better with my specificity with this. I think I reached the target in terms of talking about the practical project, because this school dynamic has all of these audience interaction. I want to talk about more practical terms, and thank you very much for being here. I want to thank so much for the invitation, for seeing once again Wesley and the two other people who are part here of the panel, people who I have worked with before, people I admire. I want to thank Felipe Sesc for the invitation, for this opportunity to talk to you about this subject here today. This morning, I'm going to talk about from a series of works I've developed in the past years, and I want to stress some of the parts that I did while educator in Rio de Janeiro, in the School of Arts in Rio de Janeiro. That's where I worked with these colleagues of mine here. Internally, the institution has conflicts, polemics, like most of the institutions, but nowadays, where there is institution, there is violence. That's what I say nowadays, with all the measures. And today, I'm talking about the necessary transformation of the institutions in this country. I have come from a very plural experience. I didn't plan to be a curator, I didn't plan to be a researcher. I have come from a family of political militants, activists, and that used to live in hidden, and never thought about having an artist career. But I started my professional career as an artist, as a researcher. At the same time, I had the joy of working with Gloria Ferreira, a great master always present with me, who has taught me a lot. And within this plurality of experiences, I could act in different fields. I was mediator, a cultural mediator in 2001 in the center of Aloitesica. Later on, I became a curator 20 years later there. I have worked in many places, like as a researcher and then curator also, but also like a educator and a education coordinator. This dismembering, this dislocation between spaces and functions helped me to build up a critical vision. So we must have a critical view on in each one of the function we occupy. So I will talk about the act of being instituent, like the opposite of institutionalized. Institutionalized is something that's given as a rule. And so let's think about a school that, considering there are many students here today, the teacher retains the knowledge, and the student is there in the position to receive the knowledge. When create a crisis in this institution, in this dialect, then we must argue, we must question what kind of relationship there should exist between the different players in a context. And this model operandi comes from this man that I research, Mario Pedrosa. I've been researching his work since 2014, who has played a very political role in the arts in order to transform society. So talking about this plural experience, I want to talk about, start talking about this hierarchy, which is huge, that in the institutions, that between curatorship and education. But although some people try to point out the opposite, like in Brazil, we talk about the education and all the difficulties it faces, and we have the basic conditions to apply it adequately. And in the museums, as well as a scale of the society, as a mirror of the society, there are these hierarchies. And also the education is a field which has many difficulties. And the field of mediation that guarantees the social counterparts and access of the public doesn't have the decisive power, the decision-making power. And what I want to point out that the curatorship might be the mediation point. So every time I want to talk, but I don't have the image here, I'm going to go through the PowerPoint presentation before I ran out of time. So I want to propose the curatorship as a mediation itself, how the curator can escape from the central place and become a co-author of the process of memory and the visibility of the groups and communities and people who are historically invisibilized, although they are major forces in the social movement. I want to, through this, to break down. I want to access the link. It's in the file. And with this, like I call the curatorship as a mediation, I want to break down. I didn't describe myself. Oh, they are describing. Okay, may I describe myself? I'm sorry. I'm a white male, a white female, cisgenderous, like a tanned skin. I'm a daughter of a mixed race in Brazil. I have straight, dark hair, and I'm wearing a grayish dress up to my knees, and I have some opened black sandals. I want to talk about. I want to claim the curatorship as a breaking of the institutionalization, the breaking down between the system, the hierarchy, and this duality that we see that is being used by demagogical players, by demagogy. But actually, where are these process of making this hierarchy accessible, democratic? That's why I propose the curatorship as a cultural mediator. I want to apply a political dimension, a pedagogical dimension of the curatorship that changes radically the already existent status quo. And I want to talk about some projects. We're not going to have enough time to do everything, but so the curatorship might be at the service of the interests of the communities, not just of the institution. It must serve the democracy and the communities and the educational needs and demands. Like curatorship somehow has become like a jargon, not very welcome, but it has to change, because yes, indeed, curatorship must play a pivotal role in attending, in voicing, giving voice to demands of the communities. I like very much what you said about the crossing over. Crossing over talks about the conflicts implied in these paths. We must endure this crossing paths, the crossing over paths, but not just outside, but especially internally, inside each one of us, because sometimes we feel like too much empowered because we are curator, because we manage resources and budgets, but we must change it, the way we face our own responsibilities. Like the curators who are in the institutions, who have powers, who have a very representative powers in order to apply the public funds. So I'm going to talk briefly about this 25 years of this project called Loucura Suburbana, Suburban Madness. It's nowadays in the Nisa Silveira Foundation. It's on display there. It reflects the producing the former hospital psychiatric institution and the crossover to become an arts producing institution. We can skip with it's a PDF, so we can skip, can go forward with the slides here, the transparency. These are texts. I'm moving forward. I had the cultural process with them there at the institution, which was a residency, an artistic residency. So you can imagine in the museums it's already hard to think about memory of the process of the own museum. So what can we talk about regarding the point of madness, like the institution which in between medicine and culture, they never had the opportunity to dive into their own history, to see themselves as producers of cultural patrimony. So what I did basically was spending 3 months there following and somehow mediating the process of the institution, of the interns and the workers, and some of them 25 years already being there, and creating conditions for them to look at their own legacy. So my work was basically to support the research, the filing of the materials produced throughout so many years, and with no registrations, no memories, no backup, no acknowledgement of themselves, that it was a very valid patrimony. So I'm going to talk about this project here. It was a project Francisco Noronha. These standards were made by this artist called Francisco Noronha, a man who, since he was disturbed by psychiatric disturbs, but he was accommodated. He was hosted by the institution headed by Dr. Nisa Silveira, which had this philosophy, this policy of making the crossover between medicine and art, applying art in the medical processes. In this artist, Francisco Noronha, he drawed in these fabrics and customized with different pictures in that which were going to be used by this feast blocks, these feast groups. And we went there, we talked about with the artist, and we brought in the most recent works made by him, and we recovered them, we refurbished some of them, and then we did a restoration, and in order for them to be preserved, and they were understood as madness to contribute to the preservation of the cultural madness. And this other man, I missed his name now, but he also contributed with this thought, with his input, like how you make this input in the patrimony, make the patrimony valid once you use the works made by people who were politically segregated due to their clinical medical history. So they have to be acknowledged regardless what kind of medical status they are going through. So this discussion also creates a crisis for this statement, for this concept of what is art, what is medicine, and how we conciliate these two different fields. So there are so many other works, like Jairo Florentino is another artist here. Wellington Rutenbach, I made curatorship for this here, and Luis Bruno, and we framed some of the works for the first time. Alberto Ramos, that's on display, it's in the exhibit. Whoever wants to join it, to pay a visit to the exhibit, it's open to the public. So an artist from Museum Bispo do Rosário, and the recovery of a carnival, of a street carnival. There are these toys, these like human look-alike toys, and the reactivation of the Carnaval of Engenho de Dentro, which is inner part of the city. It's a different kind of borough, different kind of suburban area, which is different from the south zone, which is more upscale. And Loucura Madness has recovered part of the importance of this carnival, of this tradition, and it has produced a lot of health in that neighborhood. And the block of the group, this art group, the exit of the group through the main door of the manicomio of the psychiatric institution is a political statement. When the all doors are open, everyone goes to the street in a collective dream-like situation. Now I'm going to go through my presentation itself after showing some of the pictures. I'm going to talk about it. We went through it, over it. So two projects. This pedagogical artistic means, and the other is the Little Africa and Sea of Aunt Lucia. It was they were done at the Museum of Art of Rio de Janeiro. Jandiri Wesley also took part of it. When I arrived at the Museum of Art in Rio de Janeiro, the museum had turned 7 years old, and the School of Art had published only one book, a little journal. And in this book, there were some portraits of artistic means. There was an archive there, an armoire filled with these creations that made this crossover between the art material and the pedagogical means. Many different formats, lots of different materials made by the educators at the museum throughout those 7 years. Tools, means that they have created in order to deal with very tough issues like the racism, a museum of a heavy load of public and many visits in series, and with a time count the visits, and in some groups that took longer to arrive at the museum than the time in which we is going to be spent within there. So the cultural producers had to have really impacting tools in order to take full advantage of the experience of the group paying a visit at the museum. So sometimes when we go to the museum, we are challenged in our own concepts, in our evaluations, and we can identify the racism which lies within ourselves. So we created it. There is a book that's going around here. I'm not going to open up the PDF. We create a PDF, a dive into the production of the mediators, of the educators, and it was very political. I had a very political approach, because educators within that museum, they were treated as authors, except by the mediation process. So I acknowledge that the educators had a protagonism, but institutionally, the investment, for example, the information had been completely rotten, went rotten. So we create this process of mediator with Rafael Zaka, a very nice man. He keeps a School of the Word, which is written online, and then he once again mediated the process of a reflection of the educators themselves, of what they had produced. So how the process of mediation, that implies that we are co-authors, co-producers of this community, like if you were the savior or the rescuer. But no, but we must work together, side by side with them. There are PDF documents at the internet, the links are here on display, and that this book introduces these means here. There are different kinds of games. There is this fabric, this tissue, that many elements that we propose, like how do these objects come here, how were they created, how were they used, and proposing other usages for them. And there was something that for us to share with teachers and other educators, understanding what there is a legacy, there was a memory of these 7 years of work by the educators at the Museum of Art of Rio de Janeiro. And it's there. So whoever doesn't want to acknowledge it there, regardless, I'm sorry about that, but it's there. It's documented. The memory, it's guaranteed. Another work that politically was very important, that I think it was the first time ever that the education made this curatorship by itself inside the museum. Even consider that we had previously occupied library, later on became a gallery, and we, in the transition, we took over with this exhibit called Aunt Lucia, Tia Lucia, a black lady, an educator born in Bahia but raised in Pequena Africa here in Rio since the beginning of the museum, 2013. Aunt Lucia, it was through this program mobilized by education department within the museum. In that museum, what a very conflictuous neighborhood, because it was the birth of many slaves who arrived from Africa here, that accommodated these two museums with lots of conflicts in a process of gentrifying the product that didn't guarantee the better lifestyle, a better quality of living for the people living in slums in the adjoining hills. And even though Tia Lucia and Lucia felt comfortable to take part of the museum activities, she taught some workshops and she was very active in this process. She was an artist with the center of José Bonifácio Center and exhibiting there. So I have only 10 more minutes, but it's fine. So she occupied this atelier space at José Bonifácio. She was acknowledged by her friends, by her peers as an artist. She was also recognized as an artist by the Museum of Art of Rio de Janeiro. Within the museum, there were many pictures by her left, and she was given as a gift to someone else. In many different places there in the neighborhood called Pequena Africa, Little Africa, there were many works made by her. And when as soon as I arrived there, Tia Lucia died, and Lucia got sick and passed away. I didn't have mobilized this relationship with Aunt Lucia. She was already stabilized. She was already established in there. And I knew that the relation had many limits well defined. How Tia Lucia and Lucia would face her own participation there in this context, but her participation had limits, very well demarked limits in this process. But it was a very important negotiation. Everything started like when we start realizing what are we going to do with all of the works made by Aunt Lucia. Who do they belong to? To her family, which is equally impoverished. How do we do? So then we start a very intense work politically. We start gathering in a room and put together all the legacy of work of art made by her, and then start gathering and creating these meetings to discuss this. It's in the internet. Little Africa, it's at the internet. So the gesture, he's opening up, thank you. The gesture that we made was to gather, to reunite, and to discuss, to introduce Aunt Lucia as an artist. And we went beyond, we achieved it. We conquered, we created a fund, a Tia Lucia and Lucia fund. And the work of Tia Lucia was never present in this museum. She had already took part. She had already taken part of this exhibit and other negotiations held by Clarissa Diniz, who's another curator. But in that moment, Tia Lucia had her own personal individual exhibit at the Museum of Art of Rio. And then whoever wants to get acquainted with her work, you can go there to the Museum of Art of Rio. There are over 150 works cataloged and filed by Aunt Lucia, Tia Lucia, and it's a result of the process that we developed together, in which I was a curator, and that was very important for me as a coordinator of this process. At that very moment, that I really took over of this process and had this need towards this process. Aunt Lucia was there are many drawings and drawings that she made. Many portraits and drawings that she made in little tiles, like little movies, like the frames, like the movie frames. And she created these dolls, and she was a Catholic, a prayer sayer. And she used to dress herself as a baiana with long, round skirt dresses. And this is a picture of her notebook with her own handwriting. It's if you put them together, it's like a poem. It's a poetry. Your eyes are loyal, and your hands are caressing, always warm, and repeat your name, always smiling, and offer your card, and like how I lamented, how I regret. At the same time, your mother used to protect and pray through the window. I can end like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabella, for sharing. I spoke about a few expressions who are present here on this panel, and you brought to the table, Isabella, some very interesting points to think about. And as I mentioned, museums such as spaces and events in them, sometimes we get to these events and these cultural spaces. All of this was thought and projected by someone, and this is the job of the curator, which is a recent agent in the history of art. From the 90s till today, the curator is present and active, and this is what you bring to us, how the curator assumes a central role, but sometimes, for being a central one, the peripheral jobs and works which are also necessary, such as determining the audience who will attend each event and manifestation, get a bit forgotten. And so in a work of art, this relationship is very near and vital. So due to this distance, many times, often, the educator side of and the facilitator side of a curator stays a bit put aside and forgotten. And I think this is what we debate, what we discuss. This other place not being, of bridging the gap and bringing together potentialities, working hand in hand. So the more we understand that the work of educating is inserted in every part of the process of education, this will more and more impact the audience. So this little participation you brought here today and the projects you just showed us brings this to us, this perception of a curator, of not being above, but of understanding, urban craziness. Or yesterday, there Marcelo was present from the Travessia project, and he spoke to us a bit about stigmas and how stigmas are created on people. At the same time, we have a history of art. The Bispo do Rosário himself was, an institution, a mental institution and hospital. So how art is going to look at all this, and the assets you mentioned as well, and will distance all of this from the artist and from the audience as a whole, and as well as Aunt Lucia, who was a character, who was a drifter to many, a demeaning expression and denomination, but she was, in Praça Mauá in Rio, you have two important museums, the Museum of Tomorrow and the Museum of Art of Rio, which she brought together, she promoted, she advocated for. So this is why she was so generous, and she gave us endless gifts through her motivation, production, and she never left it only to herself, but she always shared it to us. Recognizing this character through an institutional space or place is very important. So this was a brief comment regarding your presentation, but we understand that cultural mediation must also be included in the role of curator. Now I'd like to invite Jessica to share one more. Yes, you may use the stage, whatever you wish. Okay, hello. Thank you very much, Wesley. As Isabella mentioned, it is great to be here with, amongst family, these people who are so dear to me. And we've worked together so many times in so many important projects. It's great. I am Jessica. I am Irish, thus my accent. I am a white and blonde woman with a white pair of glasses and shirts and ring. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Sesc very much, Felipe, Wesley, for your invitation. It is great to be here. On my way here, I was thinking about this panel, talking and sitting alongside Jandir and Isabella. We are bringing together in some way a type of rebellious attitude towards cultural mediation, and I like very much to think about cultural mediation, as Wesley mentioned. It's about a crossover in the world of today. Ricardo Basbaum is an artist I like very much, and he says that we are always playing various roles simultaneously. So if you are in art and you survive, you lead your life working with art, and this is how you pay your bills. We have a historian here, a curator, and this etc. This going beyond, which is not precisely defined. So I'm going to talk to you a bit today about my etc., which is this project of publishing I own, which is the Revista Mesa, the table magazine, if you will. So a being such as us, Mesa magazine as an ecosystemic method between art and life. Myself and journalist Helen asks Hélio, a fisherman in Minas how may a fisherman fish without a river? And he answers, myself, by myself, I can't accomplish anything. But if I invite a colleague, and then another one, and then another one, two will be two and three, and so forth and so on. So how may this larger scale, help to build something? So we are driven by our will and wish to grow. There are other values, realities, and priorities for others. But us as fishermen must pull together and come together. Art, just as fishing, for many are a fight for survival and freedom. All we wish to do is to work, live, survive, and contribute. It's very difficult, and we strive to connect together. I believe in an ecosystem built hand in hand. This is in these images show trials and tentatives to build precisely this ecosystem, which means people who work together, who publish, who write, who sing, dance, and these are a few editions of the Mesa magazine, and this is an acronym for mediations, art, encounters, and survival. So we bring together, trying to build a new global alternative, relationships between audiences, artists, their works, and methods. Mesa Institute is an NGO, a non-profit organization, which is headquartered in Niterói, Rio de Janeiro. And we work with publications, research, events, and meetings. It was founded by me and Luis Guilherme, an art professor, and by Sabrina Curi, a cultural producer. For the last 15 years, Mesa has structured as a hybrid platform online and face-to-face presentially, connecting dynamic research and cooperation and information. Our various activities include international seminars, publications, amongst which we mention the Mesa magazine, which is published for free online and is published in English and Portuguese. It circulates nationally and foreignly as well, in order to bring better interfaces to artistical production in various contexts, formats, and curatorship, education, and publishing. The last four editions and the last three ones had support from Brazil and foreign institutions as well. Now, let me give you a brief overview of the first 6 editions of our magazine, and lastly, I will focus on the 7th edition we just launched a few days ago. Territories and process, practice, and methods. This is our first edition. This described our artistical practice, which we mapped out. We looked to connect worlds and fields of knowledge, as well as art as a social practice, prioritizing its complexity. It includes interviews, videos, essays, poetry, and reports. This is the image of the people painting you see from the Maré Favelan community. This is our second edition. Poetical spaces equals ethical languages. This was Ligia Paz artist provocation and served as inspiration for this issue and cover photo. So we look to engage art in the whole of Latin America using projects which dislocated different concepts, which Paulo Freire would describe as a nomad awakening regarding various people, contexts, and environments. For instance, Renan Francisco's a Cuban artist's work of art, something he called This Is Him, fallen into the pool, and there were projects created with alongside him and his students in Havana, Cuba, in order to paint walls, connect TVs, and go market shopping and just meeting for talks and chats in Havana, day-to-day activities. This is something that his students, thought of, and perhaps, there are proper occasions for each and every one of these activities. On our third edition, you see the meaning of public, of the audience in art. This was sort of a social sculpture where we tried to promote the encounter of audiences in 3 places in Brazil: Rio de Janeiro, Porto Alegre in the south of Brazil, and Juazeiro do Norte in the north of Brazil. We had 3 case studies built in these regions, 1 each, and we began modeling a concept to publish as a method this concept. And from then on, the magazine became a tool of and an instrument for reflection, for deep thinking, a key to this process to unlock these stages in order to build an existential perspective of knowledge. An artist in Johannesburg, South Africa, which is this musician and band, speaks about a condition which means angas in Zulu means I don't know. When you say I don't know, it is vital for more investigation, research, and a spirit of moving forward. This is our 4th edition, the past as a thinking form, a form of thinking. Artist Flávio Carvalho performed in the 30s and described how people put their bodies itself as a social machine to block movements and manifestations they were against. This points to a barrier and to a frontier where risk is a barrier to our certainty and art. Revisiting the past, through this edition, we spoke about different projects in Chile, Argentina, Brazil, and the US, showing events which seemed radical to the current society. You see an artist here during Carnival here on the cover in 1968. And if you remember these stories, these are vectors and they recreate experiences of activism and social transformation. This potential of articulation between worlds and the registry of was a theme which was revisited in this one, which was our first edition. Beware of the method. Be careful with the method. This is a result of the cooperation between artists in Scotland and Isabella Puco, our beautiful curator, which composed organizations and a very ample network with different interfaces in different territories in Rio de Janeiro, helping the environment. It had as a central subject caring as a method, caring as a wire which intertwines different needs. Precarious conditions were a priority in this model, and we created thereby a method to reflect about this know-how and the process to bring agility to potencies and new methods, knowledges in an integrated manner. If caring is the basis of this fifth edition, social justice was hidden as and came about in our sixth edition of the magazine, Hidden Lives. It was developed between 2019 and 2021 through an exposition and event of Bahia Guanabara in MASP, the museum, in 2016. So various biases were connected through common worlds. All these countries and in the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil, as well as in Rio, in São Gonçalo, Little Africa here in Rio, and this is a photograph in Niterói, the house of this gentleman. The main article of this edition was the agent of connectivity, asking how contemporary art participates. Before I jump into the move forward to the seventh edition, which we just launched, I want to show you a few concepts which are key for our work. Our way of working goes beyond I am a curator, a mediator, a translator, a writer. So I play various roles in a mixed way, all around art, but it goes beyond publishing. It touches public imagination. So one key word for us is the word mesa, table. Table and mesa as a concept, a place to bring people together, a place of creation, a space of creativity, of bringing together, of discussing different ideas, of meeting, of act. Mesa, table as a goal, meta, as a metaphor, as a process, as a social sculpture. Magazine in these processes, not only as a mere published instrument, but it becomes an ecosystem. This image was a meeting in Juazeiro do Norte, in the north of Brazil, to bring art for the audience. So we had popular artists which were considered and taken into account in the contemporary circuit. So this was a very vibrant meeting which invited all of us to think how we may come together. This was very challenging. We always have bubbles, contexts, lives, how we may think of a less fragmented world and thinking about living and coexisting in such different worlds and backgrounds, and thinking also as images as vital ideas, and this is one of them. This is great to have Jandir and Alberto here in the audience. Those who do not know Casa d'Aras, it was an institution which was very big and important in Botafogo. Now it is the private school Eleva, but at a certain point it was a great art institution. It opened in 2013, it closed in 2015. This island is the one which exists right be in front of this big house. In 2014, we cooperated with them to offer a course for young artists. So the idea was to contribute to them based on experimentation. When Ruben Gershman, this artist, managed the Parque Lages Visual Arts School, end of the 70s, we had a lab, weekly meetings with provocative artists and amongst ourselves. And then, right then and there, another goal came about. The challenge in a point of view of a microgeography in a larger visual and artistical scale of comings and goings for the to the artistic world, but in larger and in smaller scales. Here you see a few images. This is Jandir. There you see him playing a role and a certain performance, and with small gestures, the way we move, and it's about in which way. This is Antonio Amador up top in green, Jandir's partner, very important one as well. This was an experiment which was conducted. Imagine a giant institution such as this one, and everyone is outside thinking. Down there, Camila says, look, this is the performance I wish to offer and to bring. Using just the mere street or boardwalk as a beach space. So in the end, this became another edition of the magazine. Another very important image. Isabella's there as well, you can see her. Another very important word is a network. One of the major issues for us is that, the audience are the contributors, people whom we work with, people who will contribute to the project. This is an image of meetings we had and became methods with various people who collaborators in this process. So this investment strengthens us, strengthens our group, strengthens our cooperation. And as Isabella mentioned, each person is a constellation. So there are various communities, various identities, worlds, and how may we invest in these components, nets, which each person brings, to think in a more larger scale way, and fisherman and researcher, and in order to generate results. There is an expression by writer Fana Irania, which says, we do not descend from the monkey, but from the spider, making reference to nets and the spider webs and so on, which means the impulse of always building nets, always sewing and building connections. And with this potential of the nets, we may create in the net the sense of our own human existence and a vital need as a way out, insertion, and common war. So these are the words, table, net are the keywords here. Now let me jump to our seventh. Okay, I have 10 minutes to go. Let me begin to wrap up. We just launched our 7th edition of our magazine. It's called Body, Soil, Heart, and it brings together many issues from the past, caring, social justice, and networking. It emphasizes the power of art and connectivity in a world which is marked by communication. This editorial shows the various categories in the magazine. poetics, dialogues, articles, visual essays, and so on. So we have various poetical and philosophical issues, artists, and this is a think piece, a contribution by Monica Hoff. Many of you may know her, a great person. It's a think piece which is really cool, where she presents this concept of body, soil, heart with the rhythm of drums, which makes reference to pulsing of the heart and rhythm. This proposal is a new plural idea with the resident artist. So trying to develop contents in a more dynamic way and poetical at the same time, where truly we became residents of the projects of the artists. The company of mysteries and new old ones. So for those who do not know, Gamboa and Little Africa in the center of Rio, they do manifestations, presentations, shows, performances. So check out their Instagram for their agenda and for the upcoming events. They are great artists and students. They bring to us Afro-Brazilian and popular traditions and performances, songs, dances, bringing joy, power out on the street. It's something open and incredible and impressive. One other artist is Jorge Mena Barreto. He works closely with agroecology, and his project was one where he built a podcast which is called I Being. So he makes a parallel between the globe of our eye and the planet Earth's globe. So it means that people are suffering from a syndrome which is called dry eye and blind eye, which means that the more we remain in front of screens, be those TV screens or cell phone screens or iPod screens, whatever it is, we will dry out just as the earth is drying out. Our next artist from Scotland, Susan Thompson, she produced a movie where she mentions the questions of the rights of nature and an LGBT approach, making it parallel. So we have articles as well. So this one by Ana Luisa Nobre. So she used to kneel down, and she wants to bring this message as per how we must be flexible and move around. So it is precisely this dimensioning she brings to us. João Paulo Tucano is an indigenous anthropologist. He holds in Manaus, the Amazon, a medical center where he shows us the conception of the body from a indigenous curating and healing perspective. So, and this one, the perspectives of the heart, talks about our heart, but thinking about other forms of knowledge from our heart. There are visual essays as well. Carla Santana, her experience in the northern of Brazil, in the desertical area of Brazil, the Sertão. Another project, Casa Resistências, the home resistance, which it is located in the community of Maré for LGBT ladies, and creating various opportunities and possibilities of housing for them, jobs. and protection. A very potent. We opened the last Saturday a small event. So the magazine is related to this event. We've worked hand in hand during the last couple of years, and there are various dimensions which are part of. Here are other essays, by Jairo in the forest, Lucas in bringing other bodies over other hearts, and dialogues as well. We have dialogues such as Sandra Benitez, a very important dialogue regarding healing. Melanie and Savio, they talk about meanings of contemporary art in periphery in São Gonçalo. Another important dialogue. There will be an event on the November 28th to bring back this dialogue about and another very interesting one and very powerful, which is a project Corpo Afeto, body, love, and gesture, with women who are in prisons and are inmates and their artistical production, which is also very important. And to conclude, if you look at our collaborators, there is a huge list. We've never had an edition with so many people involved. So I put Trezinha, the cat, which lives with us, which at any time when we conclude a circle, the cat used to come to the center of it. So we always say, things which are cooperating and collaborating with a non-human world, which is part of the nature of our activities. This is our link and website and web link. You can find out more about us and our magazine over here. Thank you.
Jessica, thank you very much for your speech. I think it's very nice what you brought in this final part. This artist that took part of this residency. Isabella also brought in her speech. The process of residency is a part of construction of the exhibit, and in a residency process that I understand is a formation process. And thinking this process of formation, thinking about the cultural mediation, downstairs we were talking about how art education, it's a discipline, is a tool that demands methodologies, especially demands sharing. And you brought in your speech regarding the building up nets, and I find it pretty, the ecosystem made by hands, the 1+1. The mediation depends on this 1+1. Sometimes it's 1+20, 1+50, 1+100. A school that was not appointed, but we have to receive it, to host it. And throughout the seminary yesterday we had some moments in which we talked about the importance of constructing the network, and specifically regarding the platform, the table platform that you present as an anagram, like the mediation, education, society, and arts. And at the same time you bring the thing of the same object, the place of encounter, of meeting, of sharing. And I think I realized that the institute the magazine is a tool for mediation, as long as it's together and introduced to us, mediators and curators and artists, all these practices that are being developed. And exist this a lack a lack of this sharing, to understand what is being done, in which places we can access. So the platform is my perspective extremely powerful for this, for the fact of this platform being available online in all the places. It makes it accessible. In order, let me reutilize this word here. At the same time, we face this difficulty in accessing it. We talked about regarding this, like how the art field is dialogue somehow with itself. We talk with ourselves. An event like this, in what we are gathered here, we have an audience formed by students, but in the majority is these great symposiums, seminaries. We're talking to people who are doing a work very similar to ours. And how do you approach beyond that? How do we go farther? And I see this in the magazine, and I find it as a place there we can broaden this, but it also depends on the net. This network is literally a leaning, a backup network. It's not only for ourselves, but in order to expand and to reach other space. And thank you very much for your speech, for your contribution. I'm going to make another parallel to invite Jandir for us to invite here to talk to us, bring another perspective regarding cultural mediation, but from a place not for communicative, but also as an artist, as a performer. Then please, the floor is yours. Hi, thank you. I'm faking normality. There is a stage here, many lights over me here, but let's keep going. Let's move ahead. I'm nervous, just to tell you that I'm nervous. It's a joy and an honor being sharing this table here with you, and at the same time, a major responsibility. I expect to live up to the expectations. So I'm auto-describe here, self-describe myself. I'm a tall man of mixed color, and my hair is short and grayish, and now, but it was bigger, was curly, but it's very short here. I have beard. I'm with a white T-shirt and a light blue pants and some bluish sneakers, and my sign in sign language is this one here. Well, today here I'm wanting to read a message. This message has a space, an interesting space to be read here in this context, because it's addressed to the first of the seminaries, the first seminary of Cultural Mediation of Sesc Rio. It's here in these pages that I'm holding now. The name is Terror. Email to the first seminary of international cultural mediation in Rio. This email wants to go around the time. It implies and divides the torsion in the things and destiny of things. The addressee is the first seminary, but it doesn't exist anymore. But even though some other editions of seminary, and considering it's already on the fourth one, and the people who idealize the encounter the seminary go pass by and listen to me and I read my message, in reality actually is the email is addressed to the past, a past of an event without flash or postal code. Sending this message, that's why it's a matter of faith, is believing that the conversation doesn't stay only towards the one being, it's the collective. The addressee is you. You might remember me at the coffee break that day. Leda Maria Martins had just finished her speech. The occupation was already sold out. The auditorium was already sold out. And there was another speech awaited to happen the following moment. The people were crowded there. together. The lobby, which in other occasion seemed to be spacious, now was jammed with people who were invited, but neighbors and people who were not invited. It seems like a birthday. It seemed to be a birthday party of all of the most popular employee of task. It was our strength. The seminary, with all the pomp of the international term could imply, in that grayish Tuesday of the southeastern Brazil in 2022, among the present ones, intellectuals, attendees, the audience, representatives of the culture, and also the people who were working there. And the people who worked at the Sesc, I identify due to the ID hanging on their necks, although their faces seem to be tired, and their figure, their faces showing tired and need to rest. Some others were all dressed up, close to the beverage and the foods offered there at the lobby before the auditorium. The security occupied some peripheral, some in the surroundings. Some security guards were some. Two of them acted like differently in a suspicious form. While they were doing their job, two of them were drinking, and they like raising their mugs in their hands, sandwiches wrapped in aluminum foil. They were slowly beaten. Like you see, I was one of the security guards, like the picture shows. At the end of the coffee break, the return of the public to the audience, and give the tone of the people like find it strange seeing two security guards eating and drinking, but at the same time it was a camouflage. So at that time, our behavior, though strange, was perceived by some as strange, but then later on it became clear later on when the mediator of the event talked to the audience about that. Yeah, folks, good afternoon. We're back here. I want to thank you. I'm going to give you a spoiler here because seems to be a performance took place there in the foyer, in the lobby, while you were at the coffee break. No one noticed that. That's quite interesting. Someone noticed that. You want to talk about that? And the security guards also caught my attention. Two security guards started eating along with us at the coffee break, and I thought, hey, everyone deserves it, and the coffee here is wonderful, the coffee break is credible. And then the security guards start eating, and then I said to myself, oh, everyone can do it, everyone is right. Actually, they are. The name of the performance is Coffee Break. They are a member of the crew here. They keep eating here. I'm not a part of the performance, but I ate throughout the whole time. Just for you to know, it's impossible to resist. First seminary, I need to organize my message better. One email is a bureaucracy. Number one, I follow in annex a spreadsheet, an empty spreadsheet. The name of the file is Do Yourself, the territory called Freedom. This name makes mention to the exhibit of Antonio Diaz in the 1960s. He demarked a place on the ground with no instruction about what to do besides the title of the work and the opening of And the Security Junior Limited doesn't represent the security. Me and Antonio Gonzaga Amador, we handle performances dressed as security guards in galleries, in museums. We confuse ourselves, we mix ourselves with these collaborators in order to perform our work. Sometimes we choose the corners which are not very perceived, instead of the frame, the picture framed like 1 meter above near the ceiling, but we stay in a corner or drinking beer at the entrance of the cultural center, in suit inside the swimming pool with the children, or sleeping in the tree area. The impossible actions to that on daily lives is impossible to the laborers who are support, who handle the duties to make the institutions and the spaces function. Time of arrival 9 o'clock, time of leaves 6 p.m. and the transportation, the shift is 6 days by 1 and the salary the minimum wage. And number 4, Amador Junior Security Limited was created because me and Antonio work with education, with cultural performances, and it creates an amplified territory of a devastated land. Professional, not regulated profession, moral harassment. And number 5, the first seminary, when I start hearing the mediator talking that the security guards had all the rights to eat, when I heard the asking the audience if they were embarrassed in watching the security guards eating, drinking among them, then that's nonetheless they were not the audience members that witnessed the security guards eating and drinking among them. Our performances, stressed by the mediator, addressed the main public who found it wrong. Number 6, who felt embarrassed with that action, probably felt like an anxiety or a fever upon seeing something uncommon and trying to disguise it as a common. That reminds me of a statement of art that it doesn't only raise the enchantment, the encounter of the beauty, but also promotes embarrassment and dizziness, but also producing a quality, an art quality, but it terrorizes some people. Number 7, but not just artistic works. At one side, talking about education, or in a broader perspective, cultural works, it's the dimension of project and work. Seminary are organized with the cast already used to the art context, that are used to beauty, to the traditional standard for arts exhibits. When you open up the exhibits, the seminaries, and you then you are faced with a different perspective, the questioning of the institution, of the establishment. But then you realize there are people to be acknowledged, people who keep their institutions working, functioning on a daily basis. But what the cultural mediation can be done? Does it acknowledge the image, the expression of the face, of tiring faces? So this does not welcome presentation expressions of tired. The displays of the unusual is argued. It embarrasses us. First seminary, in order to follow up this conversation, I invite the future, that spaces like you that might be also places to hear terror stories. But this is but this perception of mine are only 2 or 3 lines of people, person by person, are counted by the different steps of the personal hierarchy of the society, and that displays the terror of the dominant classes. And because it regulates the asymmetries that regulate our social bodies, these are warnings that present the insoluble problems. These are terrorizing stories that will take place inside the galleries and exhibits, and reducing the incarnations written with muscles and the tendons and the blood that supports the official stories. They are like ghosts, horror bodies, like terrorizing the mainstream. They are not inseparable of what's going on, that in the estrangement of the institutions, the wish of making the institutions to handle the differences. This is what we call the cultural mediation, observation following the calendar according to what was arranged. I'm going to read this message at the fourth international seminary of cultural mediation, which will take place on November 12, 2025 at 10 a.m. Attentionally, it's done.
Okay, we're done for now. Beautiful. While you spoke, I had read beforehand your text and your presentation. So you speak of a place which is very, adequate, which many of us share, which is the perspective of those who produce culture. We've been speaking about cultural mediation, these important processes, but there is a body which makes this happen and come about. And oftentimes, institutionally, there are some issues and implications. Isabella's presentation in the beginning regarding the educative recognition as an author. If you think of a horror story, everything that goes on independently from the institution, this recognition, there are many battles which are fought. And I believe that your work is very poetical. You bring about an institutional criticism in a very concise and conscious way. And once again, this place, I remember the beginning of Amadori Jr.'s safety, which comes from a place of, our position as a pavilion. We worked together at a museum, and back there we had a certain role as educators, and then we moved on to be in contact with security officers there, and we began to understand who are those people who are working alongside us, and how some art criticism may come about. Therefore, I firmly believe that we will conclude this panel with inviting people to think about the people who are building this seminar with us here today. Not only us who are on stage, This structure puts us in, in a special place, but those who work backstage and who make this happen, and thinking also about how we may change this scenery so that we may not remain in a place where we will only, you know, tell the story, but how to follow and change. And then a great movement in institutions is necessary. We may do this step by step, taking it easy in a poetical way, political way, through performances, so that we may build a space which is not only comfortable for people we welcome, but also for those who build and make this culture. After all this, I thank you for your presentations. Let us open the mic for Q's and A's to the audience. There's already a question, so let us bring together 3 questions, but for the time being, let us hear your question. Where are your questions, everyone? Please.
Hi, good afternoon. Very good being here on the other side today. I have a question for everyone at the table, but Janji, for you especially, because your speech brought in this element. This is a table which proposes itself to think about collective memories and this relation between art and life. And many times that we talk about memory, we end up we made an effort somehow to make an unconscious to think about the positive memories of the good things, because of course it somehow it connects us that what nourishes us. But I found it very good for you that you talked about the disturbing memories in the relation between art and life. And then I start thinking of, and the question goes on this direction. I thought about the importance of for us talking about this disturbing memories, and because they might allow us to work at our own traumas within the relationships, because the idea that live in the process of the violence, either acting, working, sometimes as a public as audience, and sometimes we go to places that we feel repelled, expelled, and not talking about this that makes us exclusively to get distance, make us get distant from the art, from the life, from the people. And so how I would like to ask, how do you perceive the importance of the possibilities also to talk within the cultural spaces about this that we talk about, like we call the disturbing memories, these tensions that take place in the spaces?
Hi, Silvana. Thank you for your question. There's a lot to talk about and to say regarding uncomfortable memories. They are, when you speak about cultural mediation, there's the interconnectivity amongst different actors. There will be no peaceful debate here. I think specifically about the exercise of the work as a professor, as a teacher, as an educator in a museum. And I remember my first experiences back in the day. I was very afraid of education, and I used to say, I will never teach, I will never be a teacher. I am shy, I am afraid. And this comes to mind because it wasn't on the first time I visited a museum that I found peace with this thought. To this day, I get goosebumps, but I suffered in the beginning for the first couple of years. So this is our reality as workers. At the same time, living this and living this discomfort is a potential agent of opening and breaking barriers. I remember an educational visit I went on. I spoke to a lady from a different state. I told her where the artist had produced that painting, and she began crying and she broke into tears. And I was paralyzed. I said, "What should I do? She's crying deeply. How may I comfort her? I hardly know this woman." And she started telling me her story. She had something with her father. So, talking about that state in Brazil, her father had recently passed away, and I was frozen and I could not say anything else. I had my hands tied. So this memory, brings me so much discomfort because, I was paralyzed at that moment. And on the other hand, it made me think about the task of education as something which bothers us and moves us, and sometimes you don't know oftentimes how to react, and then I found my peace with this, with the problems and issues which affect our class, and I came to understand cultural mediation as an emblematic issue from this episode on. Thank you for your question, Silvana. I'd like to add to what he said. I can.
When there is a institution, there is violence, and I think it's very clear that I talk about a damaged, a hurt place, a wounded place. Part of my institutional experience was in many places, but it was always short because this perspective, the critical perspective, obliged me myself to quit, because it was unsustainable. My existence within the space, due to the disturbance you cause within the space when you start to criticize and bringing up, when you want to discuss some issues which are forbidden, and the violences that take place that don't go to the Instagram, they are not published in the social medias. I remember an episode in the museum in which I worked. It's in the exhibits and the relation with the spaces. That is, you cannot think about anti-colonial a speech without thinking that the situation might become vulnerable. The exercise of discussing the traumas is pivotal, but in which level within institutional space that the hearing is available, that we regularly constantly discuss these traumas. His work, the Jurandir, it was discussed in exhibit, but how does it become a domestication of the criticism? In the past 10 years, the institutions, they took a place of every time there is a criticism, there is a work of the press relations in order to pacify this criticism. When there was the criticism about the public library of Rio de Janeiro, that was only 1% of black workers in there, then it was quickly removed. The first person deaf, the first person trans there was when I was there, but no one opened up for discussion. And I remember once that two trans women entered the ladies' room, and one visitors felt disturbed and called the security guard. And the security guard took the two trans women to the handicapped bathroom, and then it was a chaos. And then we start discussing this about the existence of bathrooms of self description, because there were even some employees at the museum which didn't fit into the ladies' room or the men's room with the strange ones. And let's like stone the museums where we don't need to do that. But we're in a process of moving these stones and moving forward, and our illiteracy and our inability of dealing with this will show up, will finally come up. But we also have to acknowledge that there are these limitations of the image, that some companies which are the sponsors don't want to have that image associated with certain kinds of conflicts and discussions. And then we become vulnerable also in these places where the vulnerability is discussed. When we go to a place when you spy on the action of the audience, of the public, then we're talking about a deviation of the function. We're talking about many issues which needed to be discussed, to be addressed. Because we call sometimes a designer from São Paulo that will pay 3 times more than you pay a local one, and then we talk about accessibility. Then we find it too expensive. There are things that we start discussing with more maturity. This thing that will patronize or will cancel, or there are failures. Institutions might understand they have failures that must be discussed and addressed. Otherwise, we're going to keep talking about our own traumas among ourselves, elaborating it and healing our own wounds. Only God knows that each one of you, only one of us needs to do in order to make our institutions survive. I have a broad experience, institutional. I have gone through many different institutions and I have a broad experience in those, and I think that we might have a mental health, a mental institutional health. So this is the discussion. The trauma must be discussed, but who's hearing us? What are the instances of to make the decisions regarding the forwarding of this discussion, in order to avoid repeating it when the trauma is going to be repeated within the institutions.
I will answer this in a different way. There was it was my own discomfort which motivated me, led me to leave institutions and create my micro geographical institution for myself, which works in a way that I like, prefer, enjoy, and it is not difficult to keep it going, to keep it alive. If you think about the analogy of the fishing net versus cruise ships, it is very difficult to live in little fishing boats and compete against cruise ships. It's hard for me to find my space and to be understood in this huge market. So I began working hard for that. Sometimes I see threats and dangers because there are ways of thinking of this as methods of articulation. They create challenges. So the mediation power for me is always in transit, and it may create the possibility of having bringing together various points of view and create dialogue. This is very difficult to attain. This is our search, facing discomfort and look for ways out for it. Jandir, you remind me of an interview with Meirelles, this great artist. I interviewed him many times regarding participation in back in the 70s, and I interviewed various people who were involved in this scenario at the MUM, the Modern Museum of Art in Rio. And they were also afraid, just like you, of teaching. And in his interview, he reminded us of a waiter who worked in the cafeteria, and there were unions, and he worked armed with a gun in his back. And this brought me weird feelings. I mean, you know, going beyond, it seems to me that that how do we go beyond, and what is goes beyond our line of vision.
Thank you, folks. I think the balance that we have here, it remains this, like there are many ways, many paths for us to talk and to address the cultural mediation, and among them the affection, which are good, and the bad ones, that moves us somehow. And from the point that we start establishing a relationship with anything that might be, that we will be impacted by somehow. And I expect the audience present here that liked the table that we built together, that it has remained some things for us to think about, and how we establish mediation, a cultural mediation, different scenarios, and through under different perspectives. Thank you very much to the invited guests in all the things, and everybody who's helping us to build the seminary here. And after the break, we'll return. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much, everyone. Yes, there are works and initiatives you brought and showed us which touch society in various levels, sometimes deeper, sometimes shallow. Things done back in the day or more recent projects. You mentioned the impact of people who may criticize them, workers, and the invisibility of these workers. But this is what art is all about, deconstructing. So, congratulations for your works. As Wellesley mentioned, let us be back here at 2:15 with our second panel. See you soon.
Ah, eu esqueci da Boa tarde mais uma vez a
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Before beginning our last session of this event, we have something new to show you. The launching of the third edition of Paquetá magazine, which is very engaged in art, culture. I have it in my hands. Let me show it to you, those who are online. Look at how pretty this edition is. So in this edition, it invites us to think about memory as a live presence, which projects possibilities to the future. When you look at it, we see narratives, images, and reflections which make us think about memory, remembrance, and identity, just like our seminar. So, therefore, Volume 3 is more than only a publishing. It is a generations meeting and past and future intertwined, present through images, words, and ideas. Look, this is great. All of our invited. Please, a round of applause. You are going to receive. You are getting your magazines completely free. Yes, this is a gift. And I wish to congratulate, on behalf of Sesc, all the authors, editorial team, which made of this team a great celebration of memory and celebration. So you guys are getting your gift. Please enjoy, and let us begin about our last debate, art of memory. And now let us think about reflections of the role of art in formulating cultural policies for the rebuilding of collective memory. We are about to share experiences which show us as managers and artists and institutions how they have worked closely with cultural rights and memories. Those who have not confirmed your presence, please click on the QR code here and guarantee your certificate. If you may log in now, you will receive your certificate. So about this next lecturer, she's a reference in culture in politics. She is a teacher of history in master's degrees all over Rio and Brazil in the Federal University. She cooperates with Universidad La Nación in Uruguay, teacher in the MBA in our Brazilian Management Association, chief researcher in the Foundation Casa de Rui Barbosa, coordinator of the UNESCO Seminar in Politics, and she, please, Miss Lia Calabria. She honors us with her presence here today. Welcome. Our next guest is an indigenous member of the tribe Taguari. She participates in the museology and sociology edition of the Pitaguari Second Forum Indigenous and third meeting, and very experienced in social cultural projects. She coordinates the Pitaguari Preservation of Memory Association for her tribe, and she is the president of the Indigenous Women of Pitaguari. Please welcome. Por favor. She's a doctor, master's degree in the professor in the federal doctor the Laboratory for American Worlds in High Studies in Social Sciences. She's a teacher of anthropology, culturally, and in the postgrad program, ethnography, IFCS. Welcome, Miss Roberta Guimarães. Hey, thank you. And to mediate our last Art and Education Coordinator in FJ, Mr. Felipe Capello, as a mediator. Enjoy your panel. Microphones are on. Enjoy. Here's the clicker, and have a great panel. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for being here this afternoon. Thank you, students, teachers, schools, our great partners in Sesc Rio. Without you, this institution would not exist. So you are great partners, and I am very happy because in this seminar we had students and teachers very present, as well as actively participating and asking questions. What we do here, our main goal is going beyond the bubble, going beyond the culture audience. When you have students and teachers present, sharing and participating in our debates, it is beautiful. So thank you so much for your presence, for being here tonight. And to open up this panel, I really thought deeply, how may we begin to speak about the importance of talking about cultural policies in a cultural mediation seminar. When myself and Wesley thought about this seminar, we asked about, the reason of, politics and culture within this context, and thinking about how does culture, feedback and mediation processes, artistic creation processes do not, motivate people who are committed to improvement of the productive sector of culture. So we understood it would be necessary, more and more necessary, to speak about mediation processes, sometimes, dislocated from what we are used to in museums, but to mediate this universe outside of a museum. And I believe my colleagues and peers here today will speak exceptionally as per how thinking culture and rethinking culture is vital for its longevity. Something else, please. This panel was very thought. Leah was my teacher, and in one of her speeches and lectures, she raised the question, the issue, how do many of the social issues nowadays in answers that society answers today, culture is brought to think of these answers. Whenever we think, everything which comes our way today, culture is vital to think and rethink these structures. So we understood that thinking future proposals, rethinking policies for the cultural sector would be a very interesting way of mediation. So without further ado, Professor Leah, our first lecturer, please, you have the floor. Thank you kindly for your presence here today.
Well, folks, good afternoon. It's an enormous satisfaction being here. Good afternoon. Actually, it's been a while that I haven't worked with a group of this age. I like very much because we have a betting in the future. Okay. Well, the idea is the question is to think about the public, the policies, the cultural policies, thinking about memory, rights, democracy in the field of arts. It's important for to discuss it, to not forget that in our constitution that was done in 1998. The article about culture is the constitutional article. All of us have the right of culture, and the state must be responsible to guarantee these rights. The purpose of the public policies to guarantee the housing, culture, education is guaranteed the group of rights of citizens. And culture is not different. Culture is everything that we do, everything we're here now. We're marked by our cultural traditions, the way we dress, the way of being, our hairdos, and everything we like, things that we listen to, that we hear, that we read. But the culture makes part of the fundamental rights. All of us have right of culture. When we fight for the possibility for the graffiti, for the possibility of the street theater, when we strive for for the possibilities of having access, but also when we strive also for the possibility of doing, of making. We have the right of having access to consume, and we also have the right to have access to incentives to do it, to make it. So the concepts of sculpture, of culture, of arts, and it permeates the field of memory. I also fool around with that. My background, my graduation background is history, and I am a doctor in history. My thought is always it is founded on a line in the time. I only able to understand that we have the timeline. If I get acquainted with the process of making, we have a very intense work from the federal government to guarantee in search of the cultural access. It's about this that we're going to talk about in terms of memory. I imagined that to be impossible being here, but to be, and then I brought in my own scratch in here. So for us to start thinking about cultural policies and the contemporary perspective, it's important to think that the cultural policies do not have only to center themselves in the field of art. They must be capable to promote cultural diversity. They must be capable to make people, to make that the groups of knowledge, of doings, and must be contemplated by the public policies. That, for example, the June street fairs, the traditional Junine religious feasts, have a specific time to take part, and the other street expressions, and the seamstress, the way their arts and crafts are done, the way the foods are produced here in different regions, our way of dressing, of being, all of this must be somehow acknowledged in order for us to have a process to strengthen the cultural process. When we're talking about the cultural policies, we're talking about strengthening this diversity and acknowledging it. It's important for during a long time upon talking about the policies for arts and all the management by the government, talking about the fine arts, the classical music and the literature. It's important to think that it is necessary that the policies must go beyond these fields, classical fields that somehow are that the policy might goes through it, goes beyond it. Like the theater is important, different languages are important, the fine arts are important, but we must look at the other forms of art, other expressions of art, other artistic expressions. We might have heard about this. Oh, that picture is not naive for ingenious art, or naive art is an art that has not gone through the academics, has not gone through the conservatory or the school of arts. The most simple way of saying it is to label it is a primitive form. The painter doesn't dominate some techniques, doesn't know exactly the palette of colors, but the important is that we have very clear that all the construction of the policies, the cultural policies throughout this past 2 decades, somehow they might break up with the classical approach of the arts, the classical understanding of the arts, and make it the rights of the Constitution being validated. We're in the process of through the Ministry of Culture, through Funarte, is a national endowment for the arts here, located here in Rio de Janeiro, which is an organ belonging to the Ministry of Culture, the constitution of the National Plan of the Arts. And it's important, it's interesting, and have it clear that what kind of definition this policy brings to us. The first thing is that the arts are a collective means. It doesn't belong to this or to that artist. It is regarded to the whole. It belongs to everyone. It's a right of the Brazilian people. It's a fundamental part of our culture. The arts, the culture. When we talk about like the cultural policies, we're talking about beyond the language, beyond the arts. The arts are one of the fields of the culture, but there are others. The culture doesn't synthesize itself in arts. When we know the prejudice that's saying that, oh, that person doesn't have culture, has no culture. No, it doesn't happen like that. All of us have cultures. All of us have our ways, our means of doing things. The arts in the field of languages. In the field of languages, they constitute a field of dimension of transforming the imaginarium. They produce meaning, memory, perspective of the futures of each one of us. It interferes in the social tissue. And it's interesting that to think that in our curricula, in the schools, the vision about the art has been reworked, redone. Somehow we have tried to have this decolonial way of understanding it. For example, in a dialogue, in a conversation with the mass, with the regional peoples, the concept that we have art and culture, the usage of the objects are inappropriate usages. And our concept of culture is that we're learning and doing, making this conversation matching. And now, recently I was in this big event where I heard from the indigenous, actually from the indigenous, a Mexican lady. For her it was hard to talk about culture, that for her own people, consider that culture is that what they do, what they make throughout the day. It's part of life. Thinking about not having right of the culture is like not having the right of life. So the culture is this broader thing that within it we have different languages, but the culture doesn't restrict itself to it. So when it say in the Constitution that we have the right to the culture, we have the right to express ourselves. We have the right beyond beyond of making, of doing, of accessing, producing in the field, in the specific field of the artistic languages. When we talk about diversity, and when we encounter, when we meet these peers, these pairs, some questions that are not culture for us, that we would need to reflect about culture. It is part of their daily lives. Actually, when we think about the forms, the traditions of the peoples, the Afro peoples, in this mixture of different spectrums of colonization, slavery, and forced work, forced labor, the history we have here in the country, a group of practices, they get intertwined, and we usually call it culture, and considering that we usually use expression culture to identify what's produced by specific groups, especially the ones in the status quo, in the power, the groups that are more the wealthier groups. One of the actions that one of the colonialist actions about the bodies and about the people is to remove from them the concept of their own doing, of making, that which are artistic doings, artistic cultures, that which reconnected them with their ancestrality. Just for you to have an idea, the national plan for the national policy of the arts is about to be approved. It's going to be a law. It's based on principles and in goals. The first principle is diversity, which is regarded to multiplicity of forms of knowledges and practices, if they are religious and territorial, or the gender, or ethnic, or of the artistic matter. And the second principle is this principle of the freedom. It's important for us to always be very alert, very aware, focused on the right of freedom, the freedom of being, of talking, and against all the intolerance, regardless if they are cultural, religious, intellectual, whatever. So one of the principles of the national the other principle is of the creativity, of the inventivity, and we're talking about the capacity of the individual, capacity, and also collective capacity of creating works and imaginary. If they are digital, we migrate to digital platforms. There are different spaces for producing arts and culture. Another principle is territoriality, respecting the peoples, the places, everything they bring as inheritance, as memory, as practice of doing or making, the diversity, the difference, the form of me being, of calling something, and the other call it by another name. Brazil is a continent. Brazil, when we circulate, when we travel around, some things that we call by some names are called by different names by other people in other regions and other places. Some forms, some ways of feeding ourselves, of eating, some people eat in different way. We are a very diverse country. No one is better or worse than the other. It's just a matter of diversity. They are diverse. It's very important that we have this in mind. And the national policy of the arts also has some goals, general goals, which are very obvious. Like you say, but why? It's so obvious, but yeah, but there are rights which are not guaranteed up to nowadays. Like this one guaranteeing the right to the arts, promoting the arts of producing, of making, of accessing all national territory. This is what Sesc is doing here, is guaranteeing the right to fruition, to the production. You get to know the practices, the ways, and the different outlooks on life when I exchange ideas, and you can ask, contest, question, disagree. So I don't agree with you're saying, so I think whatever, and I think we have more right here and there. I don't know if we have this or that, the other right, but under the freedom, we have the freedom of conversing, of talking, to agree, to disagree, to question. This is very important. This is principles, fundamental principles. Another goal, another general goal of the policy is to promote the diversity of the creations, of the artistic expressions, broadcasting it throughout the territory. It's very nice. For example, there is something that you say that this is something of the old people. For example, meetings between rap kind of and the repentists from a style of music from Brazilian Northeast, and this is a very meaningful kind of artistic expression. And we have another language, another expression is rap from the urban area. So the first exercise of intergenerational, they took place between rap and repente. So you might say this is outdone, it's old-fashioned, but there are things that in the daily life that happens, and you must tell me, because in order for me to get updated. So meetings, intergenerational encounters, interregional encounters, the complementarity of languages. There are meetings very productive. Like the other day there was this, I heard from this rapper that there was a dialogue with classical music. I didn't know about that, and it is interesting that there is a conversation between that. I was not aware of that. So we have lots to talk about, lots to learn, lot to exchange. And also the goal of the policy is the promotion, the preservation of the goods, the artistic goods, and the valuing of the people, of different peoples, and the contribution to put value in the arts, to validate the different expressions of arts. That in our process, informative process, we need to amplify, to broaden the discussion about language. It's also a goal, a main goal is the promotion of research and reflection about knowledge in the artistic field, the promotion of the full social participation in the public policies of art. And maybe some of you might know some programs, or might have in your territories, or know someone who. Nowadays we have many policies that with points of culture that are in the territory, and we have the programs, the cultural agents that with the idea that's to establish a dialogue of this youth as a group, as a whole, with a group of policies in the process, the formative process, and the guarantee. And many times I don't know all the territories, but I know that the practices you might do more often, the ones that you like mostly, the practices you handle mostly in your territory, these points of cultural spaces where you might want to develop a group of activities that are more meaningful to you. They are fundamental. They are fundamental existence, and somehow we need to make this dialogue between the spaces of these subjects and the schools and the traditional education system. We must inject oxygen in our curricular. We must promote dialogue, and we need to promote encounters, knowing which is already established with no doubt whatsoever, and also because tell to say that we like or we don't identify with this or that, and if we don't identify ourselves, we must know it before. I cannot say I don't like something before knowing it. It's an absurd. We having a conference, an international conference about climate in a city like Belém, where the main foods, the traditional, the regional are forbidden inside the arenas. It's nonsense. If you don't eat tacacai, you have not gone to Belém, to Pará. So Pará de Belém, because the Pará from the southern part is another food, another history. So when you arrive in Belém, don't eat jambu and tacacá. You have not gone through Belém. So it's I might like, I might not like it. For example, I don't like manisoba. But I only can say that I don't like it because I went there, I proved it, and now I can say I don't like it. But I like tacacai and I like jambu and the rice. But I learned that I proved it, I tasted. Some things I liked, some others I didn't like it. So we must allow ourselves to experiment. In general, we say I don't know, I don't like it, but many times in an anticipated fashion. It's the same way that we must allow ourselves to try to taste what the other brings to us, and the same thing the other must allow us to take our forms or expressions to them, and we make this dialogue. So the discussion about it's about the broadened participation and dialogue, the interfaces that we necessarily must foster in order to think about a better, fair world, a world where we can discuss in a more horizontal fashion. What does it mean? That we must have less hierarchy, less what can be done, have like this kind of dichotomy. This is better than the other. Then in the group of knowledges, of practices, we must validate all the differences. And then the subject of memory is a fundamental subject. Actually, I have gone through these slides without explaining them, so this is. I just passed through it without explaining that to you. The contribute to validate the arts, to promote the value of the arts, and then we had two questions. In this conversation, in what place do the memories fit in the policies? In what sense do the memories will actually? How will the memory contribute towards the diversity, to the acknowledgement of the diversity? I would like to start with the expression, the statement by Legoff, even though it has been stated several decades ago. It's very important. The synthesis is that what he said is the lords becoming lords of the memories of the forgetfulness is one of the preoccupations of the class of the group who are in power. When you control the memory and you control the construction of the identities. And I will tell you here that if we had here the two decades ago, part of the aesthetics of the form of you being here, dressing, working, or hairdos would be completely different. Do an exercise, take a picture, get a picture from the groups of your school, the former ones, and walk backwards and the archives of the school, you realize how the statics has changed throughout the time and how the statics used to repress. In the 70s they were more open, in the 80s they were more repressed, and so on, and then they get unrepressed once again. So the memory, the reminiscences, and the museums, the culture houses, the spaces of memory, they are fundamental spaces to register or to make forgetting. Actually, memory is a basic element, is an essential matter to build the collective identity, and for where the subjects see themselves and make themselves represented or not. The memory is a fundamental element in the transformation processes. I don't know if some of you has gotten the opportunity of going to the Museum of Maré, Museum of the Slums, Museu da Favela, and in the museum, the open air museum, and some others, which are spaces of memory, of putting value in the identities in the people from the outskirts of the city, and where they are discriminated. Memory is an essential element of creating an identity. It's very strange when we get into the museum and we find some representations, some others we don't see. That's every time it becomes more important having a space of representation of this diversity that makes us. Now it's just it only takes a picture here for us to take a photograph here, and you see we will become aware of the differences that we are made of, so of the material we are made of. So it's present, diversity is present here in this auditorium, in this audience. I'm gonna need my glasses. Well, then we need to, yes, indeed, we need the policies, cultural policies, the guardianship of the memories, but they must be backed up by memory. But the program Living Culture, it belongs to the federal government, the Ministry of Culture. That in the beginning of the year 2000 there was this action with all the disputes regarding the concept of griot. It's a concept of one that brings and takes back the ancestrality, the memory of the ancestrality, in order to pass it forward. And then it's very interesting because the people linked to the ancestral memory, the black ancestrality, they start working with children, and there are some good speeches, some statements, interesting, like one youngster said, "Now I know where I come from, I know the history of my place, now I can make a bridge between the oldest ones and the youngest, the ones who are older than me and the ones who are younger than me." So this is a way of seeing ourselves in order for us to create our identity. And then I'm not talking about the national identity, not about, we're talking about our being in a place, being the way we are, and being in a place where we are comfortable with it. Then we can converse about the role played by the museums, by the archives, the cultural centers, something that we call as cultural citizenship. And then we might want to place some questions in here, some subjects in here. We cannot forget that all of us are subjects of right. We have the right of life, right of school, right of a decent education, a right of work, of health, and right to culture as well. So it's part of it. It's part of this process of strengthening these identities and of the personal feeling of each one of us of belonging or making itself valid. And I'm here because I'm with the flag of the cultural rights. All of us have right to rights, and it adds up to the group of the other rights. So we are beings of rights, and we must have them guaranteed. Right that is not acquired, is conquest, is achieved, and if we don't hold to it, we lose it. We are not satisfied with things. We must get together. Let's have a meeting and discuss about it. Let's create alternatives for us to reach a better quality, a better service, a better way of being, less uneven society. It's part of. It must be a part of our well-being. The question of rights, the need that we have of policies to acknowledge memory and places to validate the memories. This is a strategic approach, and patrimony is the lot. Like terreiro lot is like those ancient Brazilian traditions from the immigrants, from the Africans, from the Italians, from the indigenous tribes. For each one of us, for each one of our groups, patrimony, inheritance has a specific meaning. We must validate and acknowledge these realities. More and more than we get to know about ourselves, about our ancestors, you start knowing better, and we solve our anguish, and we become better prepared in this fight for our rights. So we must preserve this tradition, whatever it's written, oral, whatever tradition it is, the way it is expressed, all the practices and all the means are valid. So for us to keep walking towards a democratic society, we must conquest a group of rights. The fundamental rights, the rights of everything, of rights to culture, to being, to education, the way we want to be. And who knows, we will strengthen a democratic society. Democracy is not an empty word. It means actually the base of the idea that we might have the effectiveness of a government from everyone to everyone, that we might see ourselves in the society that we take part of. In a few moments you have the right to disagree with everything I have said. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. I promised them down there that I would not interrupt them and speak between them, but I need to add something because you brought to the table extremely important issues. Sometimes, our previous panel spoke a bit about this, breaking with the curricular relationship with arts. Sometimes we think we're talking about policies or needs of culture, but incorrectly we use methods which do not work for this field, which is, compartmentalizing and putting them in boxes. So I believe it is vital to speak about a broad vision and diversified one in order to deal with manifestations and concrete actions. When I bring this relationship with the resume, I point out a bit also to schools and teachers. In which way do you work and manage these relationships in the classroom? The process of understanding, visitation, classrooms, outside classrooms, this is very important, but we must also understand how does this student get to these spaces, understanding that what he does in his day-to-day life is a manifestation
which is very relevant and important, as much as the object of art, which is effectively inside the museum or a show or performance he watched in a cultural center. So having this inside look may be, I believe, one of the ways to think and rethink proposals for art policies and cultural ones, and to pass the baton to our next Leah guest. You speak about the decentralization of institutions, the thinking of territories, rethinking of other places as protagonist places and venues. And so now, regarding this, I would like to invite Rosa to comment on this.
Good afternoon to all of us.
Excuse me, and if you allow me to speak in my territory, we have the habit of being excused by our ancestors whenever we speak to audiences. So I ask that may I perform a quick chant, which is a tradition to my people.
I need to stand for this. Mother Nature,
accept us, for here we stand. Mother Nature, accept us, for here we stand. I have wished for so long to kiss your feet. I have wished for so long to kiss your feet.
when I went into the forest, the holy forest,
blood disappeared from my veins. The sunlight, Father of Nature, was so big. The sunlight, Father of Nature's, was so big. In the skies, angels sing. In the oceans, fish sing. On the land we sing. Where is nature's calling? On the land we sing to see nature's approval.
save Mother Earth.
With this chant, I ask, excuse me, my ancestors, to direct here a bit of the knowledge I learned with them.
So now I'll describe myself. I am Rosa. I well known as Rosa Pitaguari, the name of my people. My height is 1.5 meters. I dress a white and blue indigenous feathers head ornament, orange and yellow necklace, which is also part of our
Tradition, a white dress, and beige, and black. I have long black hair
So this is me.
So let me speak to you today a bit about excuse me, I am not so proficient with technology buttons and controls. And bring to you today the issue of museology and museums in our indigenous communities. I chose to bring together issues and speak a bit to you about the first indigenous museums we have in Brazil. And when I mention that the two first indigenous museums, someone may say the first indigenous museum, it was the one here in Rio that I refer to. Museums which are located inside indigenous territory and land. The first one was the Maguita Museum, which belongs to the Ticuna people. The second one belongs to the Canindé people, located in Aratuba, the state of Ceará, in the north end of Brazil. It is managed by
Sotero, our leader.
He is the spiritual leader, cacique of that people. Through him and his fight to rescue the findings in his own territory, he formed the Canindé People's Museum. And then within our state of Ceará as well, we have, it is the state which has the most number of initiatives for indigenous museums located inside indigenous territories, which means in almost every territory they have created an indigenous museum. So, through this initiative of Cacique Sotero, he motivated us to, and the other indigenous people, to have their own memories, spaces, and museums for themselves in their own territories. The Pitaguari Indigenous Museum, I'll show you a bit about it. In 2004, we built its support house,
which is what you see, and in there
we put our objects, weapons, which were donated by our ancestors, and we stored them there in this space. But we did not have the vision that what we were about to create in there would be a place for memory and become
a museum. Through the project Historiating, which belongs to a few of our colleagues, they revisited the indigenous territories and looked at what we worked with, and they said, Rosa, what you're doing here today is a museum. What you store here today, donated by your ancestors, belong in a museum. Have you never studied this? How did you build this collection? This, and I said, which collection? How did you put together this, this event? And there's no event. We only organize and store the stuff here. Therefore, we did not have this vision to say this is a collection of weapons for hunting. This is a collection of appliances for cooking. We did not have this vision. So we took everything and put it away and organized it, and that was the extent of it. And he told us, no, so let us put our house in order and study what museology is and what it's about. And then he came in to work this alongside us. And then this area, this venue was born. Our support house, we continue to work museology in there because to us, the museum is not only four walls with the objects inside. To us, our territory becomes a museum in broad daylight, an open air museum. Therefore, the space we have in our territory is a museum, the whole of it. So, if we have a sacred mango tree, which tells a sad story, by the way, this is where our ancestors were beaten. And today we celebrate around it our freedom, knowing that our ancestors will never again go through something like this over here. So we draw this line and we balance it, because the Canindé Museum they bring to the museum what they find inside the territory to the museum, and inside of it, us, the Pitaguaris, we bring the museum inside into the territory. So the other way around, because when we notice, when we realize that our territory and our indigenous land is a museum, when we go by an ancient tapera, and which is, what is this? A space where a family resides, and there are the remains of a house. So when you walk by one of those, there is some story to be told there, because a family lived there, and then there's history there, and that becomes part of our museum in this way. When I speak about Santo Antônio's açude, which is a fountain, it is also a museum. So this today is a physical space in the Encantados rock wall, which is also a memory area, which we reclaimed. It was going to be exploded and dynamited, but my grandma lived there, my mother had me there, so it carries lots of history with it. So we claimed it as ours and built our museum there. This is our territory as you see it today, presently. As I always say, our territory is a museum in open air. It's important to bring up the map of our territory so you may, know a bit more what I'm speaking about. This is the entrance, okay, of our main tribe and village. This is where we strengthen ourselves in the entrance of our tribe and land, where we began our fight for recognition and identification. We have the photograph. This is the tree to your left, the ancient mango tree. It is over 100 years old, and it strengthens us to know that our ancient people will never get beaten up there again. So it makes us happy because it belongs to our people today. We also have a church to your right, which is also more than 100 years old, where our indigenous people get together. And all these areas and spaces and venues carry history and memory of a people who resists, who fights, who stands strong, who has survived many massacres and fights and battles, and today we still live there, which is very important to us. We have our own school, as you see, the Pitawara School. It brings a story of, this name means rock which shines, rock of lights, Itaara. It carries memories of stories which my great-grandmother used to tell me. So on the top of the hill there's a rock. From it came a great ball of fire which went around our whole territory and land. This is why we named it this way, Itaara. Within our territory, we also own and have this river and creek, these bamboos, tunnels of trees, as you see to the right. We walk through it below these bamboos, and for us it's a ritual of purification, energization, where we sometimes walk, and it serves for that as well. So we always work this issue of memory in these spaces. Here we see the Sabia forest, another space of memory. My great-grandmother used to plant rice here. We used to go there to do it with her. So whatever has to do with the memory of our people is part of our indigenous museum, because it is where lies our roots, where they were planted, strengthened. So each and every space of memory of our people and territory to us are museums. This space of the hill where our museum is located today, you can see the sign saying that it is an indigenous territory and museum. Our territory tells this story. While people speak about museum and they think it is only our building with a few objects, to us it's totally different. When we look at it this way, when we bring people inside our museum, but our museum territory, where you walk around barefoot, you feel the energy of Mother Earth. We take care of her, who is sacred. We show people and visitors where our ancestors walked through the creeks, valleys, and forests, where our ancestors showered many times, in difficult ways. So all of this to us is memory and is museum. This sentence, Pitaguari territory is by itself an open-air museum where each river, tree, and rock carry the memory, the alive memory of our people. So for me to talk about this museum, this type of museum, in an open-air one, brings tears to my eyes. My uncle used to say to me, Rose, you are our books with no pages. And I was a bit lost. What did he mean by that? I wondered, what does that mean, a book without pages? Yes, so Rose, it is through this territory when we walked around with our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, they told us these stories and we remembered those. So this is what he meant. I came to understand later. Traditions, stories, memories of our territory. When he said we were these books with no pages, it is because we were being prepared, saving the story and memory, which is the most important part. Because today, how do we meet? Today we have in the Ceará Museum several utensils and artifacts which are identified with the people who saved them, who kept them. It does not say to which people it belonged. Pitaguaris, Gene Papucanidea, Tapebas, Tremembés, Canidés. We don't know. Therefore, these stories were not forgotten. And today, when we think we are books with no pages, we own this knowledge, and we need this knowledge to be published, brought forth, told to our children. Our museum does this job. It is very meticulous to work museum and school side by side, because our children today, they are our guides. They are the ones who guide us and give the tour guides in the territory, in the museum. They are the ones who tell the stories. They have been prepared and are being prepared for this. In a moment, this book with no pages will no longer be here, but we are already on the way of writing another one through our children. We are preparing them to bring forth these stories, to keep these memories alive, to accompany groups, be tour guides, telling our stories, where we walked, where we came from, where we stepped, what we did, what we ate. So they are being prepared to become books with no pages, which I pray to God that we will have many more, because this is what we need. I have another presentation for you, Felipe. The next slides, please. Another file she brought to us. Here we go, that's the one. There's a beautiful video in this file. This is our museum's logo. It was made in school. Our students created it, the drawings, and so yeah, they did a great work. Everybody jumped on board and they were very motivated. This is the logo of our museum. This is the museum. Pitaguari Indigenous Museum. This is the area we own today. Museum headquarters. We are looking for resources to conclude its improvements. It's not easy, it's not cheap. It is located in the Munguba tribe in the northern of the state of Ceará. It was created in 2007. This is our area. This is another shot of it. It moved to this place in 2011, its current headquarters. This is where, inside the building, we decorated our own way, the way we believe and understand it must be. Yes, this is a museum in our own particular way. We deal the cards here. This is important to point out, because sometimes people believe that a museum must follow a train of thought which they own, and not for us. It is ours. It follows our own ones. This is our thought, our desire, and I believe our desire is the one which must be respected, as well as our ways and traditions. Another shot of it. Same rooms and buildings where that's Pajé Barbosa, another spiritual leader of us, and these museum spaces we own. There are various activities which go on there, so we mixed it a little bit. This is the day when we did 3 small improvements in it. This was one of them. A general overview of it. These small machetes made of wood and rock are made by Pajé Barbosa and Cacique Daniel, 2 great spiritual leaders who have left us and became our angels and are always present in our memories and hearts. Some of these utensils were made by our youngsters. Some of these utensils It belongs to the museum, but it cannot be used. But we do use it because we have our own rituals. And the same bowl where we serve water to people, or mokororo, is the same bowl which is resides in our museum. But when we have our spiritual ceremonies, these objects follow us in them and partake in them. We use them and then put them back to the museum, return them to the museum. And then these are other, the alua bowl. What is an alua? Do you know? We make it in this bowl. It is a typical drink of ours. Many people make it today from bread or pineapple. Ours is made of coconut. It is put inside this bowl, stored in there, with herbs and spices, and we use sugar cane to sweeten it. It is delicious. We have educational activities and workshops in the museum. Why? Because it's important that our children learn how to produce our earrings, necklaces, because when visitors visit us, they ask, how do you make this? And so they must know, and they learn this in our education nucleus to work craftswork and craftsmen, and to study their own territory. This is a heart map made by themselves of our own territory, because I must be able to walk it, know it, explain it, read it, remember it. This is another workshop. We exchange experiences from ancestors and elderly to children, because they must know each other. There's no use in trying to talk about Brazil, the state I live in, if I don't know my own history, where I came from, and I don't know well my grandma, my great grandma. Oh, they are old. I have no patience to talk to them. No, do not waste your future, because in order to have a future, you must have had a past. Forget about the present, but you need a past to have a future. So it is vital to learn how to listen to them. Often I stop and talk about with our elderly, and they tell me, do you remember this, that, and the other? I haven't even met them ever in my life, but I say, yes, of course I remember them. I would never say no, I've never met them. Another workshop and educational activity, and these are several shots. Look, a course, teaching, in circles, education, a vernissage, an event. Very important, this one where we worked with them recently was by Benício Pitaguari, a youngster in our tribe. He has passed on, but he's still alive to me, and we did this event paying homage to him, where we illustrated body drawings and illustrations. He did not need, they did not need canvases to make their paintings. Their canvases were our bodies. So we transferred this to canvases, and then we came up with the vernissage. We are all relatives by Benício Pitaguari. Another workshop regarding cooking, the recipes, typical ones of our, and herbs, spices, and sauces and dressings. How do you prepare mucunzá, for instance? This is a typical recipe of ours. Yeah, they must know how to prepare those foods, our foods, and we go there and try it to see if they've reached, the correct flavors. Identifying territories in our different areas of our territory and the signs for each one.
schools and groups of students. Another workshop and course about ethno-development, where we work family agriculture in the museum. They must know where their food comes from, to reap and to sow. So everybody goes fruit picking, such as lemons, and then the child asks, no, we go to the tree, lemon tree, and pick them ourselves. This is how it goes over here. So we teach our kids that. Another beautiful area of our territory, trekking paths, another work of art, and how to make our bowls, our kitchen utensils, events, forums, museum forums, which indigenous museums, festivals, we always participate in them. I am one of their organizers. We have had several national, state, and foreign forums because we have represented museums in other countries as well as invited foreign museums to come to us. This, the one here today right now, is another event I'm speaking about, another forum and debate and presentation and lecture, bringing to you a bit of our knowledge, what we know, a bit of our history. Again, festivals, cultural events in our territories where we welcome people. Today we have and we host the Pitaguari Festival, where other indigenous tribes come and make their presentations. This is it for me, and this is our Indigenous Museum, Pitaguari, and a bit of what we've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Oh, wow, so much stuff. Rosa, when you start your speech, I think it's because we're debating here, everything is pertinent, is related. So we have this overview, totally singular, one of a kind, that what we do in your territory, it's your own need that fulfills the need to go beyond other methodologies related to the process, respecting your own processes and respecting your ancestrality. And talking about it, it's a must. Considering that we're talking about projects and policies for cultural field, when you bring in a place of memory, like a place over the structure in which the concept is dynamic, is not static, so it's not like revisiting, it's a place where all the time is in a constant process of transformation and construction. And this is very inspiring, seeing this process, that everything you brought to us and everything you've done, and passing the word forward and to the next speaker, who also deals with registers and territories in order, in a different kind of context, but within, I believe, within the territory of Rio de Janeiro. I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker, Roberta Guimarães. Roberta, it's with you. Hi, folks. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Felipe, for the invitation. I'm very happy for being here. I think it's also an audience, a very diverse audience, like Leah said, and it's very young. And for me, it's a challenge, but it's very interesting. So usually I teach at university. I'm a professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and translating to other languages. And I think it's another policy of the memories and a policy of the culture, and we also deal with that in other publics and other audiences. The Federal University more and more has been demanded to talk with other publics to go beyond its own universe in our realm, which is very self-centered somehow. Um, and I thought about bringing in a researcher that I developed starting in 2007. It was my doctoral research about this Carioca policy. It's been 20 years already of research, and I think in this case I would treat it as a case, a specific case. It helps a lot to understand and to think more than to understand is to think of how we can face the challenges of cultural policies. That is the first point, which is thinking together some pillars that we might think what is identity. For example, in anthropology we always think about identity in construction. Identity is never enclosed concept. We have I used to root for this team called Botafogo. Now I root for Flamengo because my son forced me to do so. So the identity changes. So I used to be baptized at Umbanda. Nowadays I don't follow any religion. I used to be a journalist. Now I am an anthropologist. So we keep going, find different identities throughout our lives, depending on what we live, where we go to. And so this is the same for the public policies, policies for culture. So it has a principle of homogenization. So how we are going to deal with this very unique way. So it's impossible to create an identity process which is rigid, it's closed. So therefore we have this challenge in terms of cultural policies. That's why we're bringing to you the sensitive memories, the sensitive point of the public policies. It must address many people, different people, in terms of memory policies. It has a tendency of to include many different people. I'm not including here the idea of the state against the society. When I talk about public policy, I talk about the state. All of us who are here, we do state. What is the difference is power and state. We have the diverse symmetries which is intertwined with public policies. What is the symmetry of you here in a beautiful afternoon outside, and we are here in the auditorium? So in terms of molding this policy, in terms of accommodating as much people as possible, to be as more democratic as possible, to be more participative. So we want to enlarge it, to diversify it. We want to make it a singularity, but the natural tendency is to accommodate wider tendencies. What do I call sensitive memories? And I'm gonna bring the memory of Little Africa, the memory of the slavery and the black population in downtown area of Rio de Janeiro, and the presence of the black population, how it's been narrated. I call it sensitive memories. The old memories related to traumatic events, critical events that were authorized and were perpetrated by state agents, the events which are published to us, and events that hardly or with with really difficulty, with lots of negotiations, they finally enter the museums. They become represented in the didactic books. When you think about the memory of the slavery, we have the memory of the Little Africa, the Kaiser of Valongo. For many years, this memory was not included in the books, and we know this. And we have the democratizing process in the 1980s, when the Constitution of 1988 was processed. The process was during the military dictatorship. We have contests, specific contests, when were determined the histories which were not recognized before, and they become recognized. And then we have sensitive memories of nowadays, like the memory of the slavery. The memory of slavery is being worked, socially worked, the thinking about the state are ourselves, and so socially our concepts, and memories of environmental crimes which were not specified yet, memories of police crimes, police of imprison people. We have a huge amount of invasion of the lands of the indigenous peoples, and even if we have this acknowledgement of multiculturalism, it's a need. There is a need of acknowledging the memory, a national memory, and so the sensitive memory of the mining and the people who invade areas, and this is a very contemporary issue. We always think that we always can improve, keeping this utopic meaning of the world. And what are the difficulties of the sensitive memories? Then we need a favorable context for them to appear, for them to be heard. It's not always that we have this favorable context. These examples, all that I have given to you, are possible, are not a favorable contest nowadays. We know that we are in a momentum, and not this momentum, but we have issues that which have been inherited by us, the cultural problems, the violence, institutionalized wrongdoings, and issues which are very hard to be dealt with, especially in schools and at Christmas time as well, that belong to our social structure. These are issues that have been in the agenda since the 1970s, and we've been working with here in Brazil also within this context of democratization. They are sensitive because they need this political context, because they can take to the responsibilities to be. If we think about their violence and crimes perpetrated in some areas by some people, normally who are affected by that, and here many of us are affected by that, some others not, and some who are affected need that the people responsible for that be taken, to be responsibilized by that, to take responsible for that, because they are still under risks, and it means like legal processes. And I'm talking about all of this because reaching a Little Africa, because many people here are young, and many people have found a Little Africa being already celebrated, because like a fact close within it. But when I started studying Little Africa, it was just a housing deal, a housing problem. But the consolidation of the idea of the Little Africa was a social fight, very intense, of the black movements and the people who were in the port area. And what was the role played by, provoking the table here, the expressions of this movement of making conscience, to make it part of the agenda, and the issues which belonging to the African Brazilian issues in the downtown area of Rio de Janeiro. And the art play a pivotal role in the ordainment of the social structure. All the manifestations of the artists, the rap, the funk, the fine art, architecture, they give us the guidelines of the ordainment of what's wrong, what's right, the evil against the good, and romance, literature. All of this you study in the school, and all of these form a certain kind of a consciousness that which is a moral consciousness. The art has a a moral speech because of the policies, or public policies are important. They sensibilize from the emotion, from the reason, and it reaches the certain places of ourselves in the narratives. They are different. It's different for me to say that read the book about the crime of the Cais do Valongo area. So book about slavery, it's completely different with characters, with drama. There is a different level of sensibilization which is higher than the traditional literature provokes. The animes, the mangas, many different means of expressing messages or forwarding messages. Another issue, the art also molds this conflict. It's also very important because people want when they are involved in these conflicts, which are highly sensitive because involve death and tragedies. They are not easy conflicts. Artists also makes bridges. It names things and it thinks in labeling things. It make possible other people to listen to and to modulate situations which are of anger, and there is other ways of communicate with to different publics. It was done with memory of Holocaust that all of you are aware of. It's from different products, artistic products, including movies from Hollywood, and that this memory was started being translated to step by step becoming palatable to us and entering the museums. And the artist also has three features very interesting. It occupies places, it materializes as narratives, it goes to the libraries, to the museums, and to the bookstores, and then we can communicate with many people, broader range of people, and it also encompasses an intervention. The art formulates the public policies. That's why that's what I want to talk about from now on, and it can promote cultural strategies for the fight, for the struggle. The sensitive memories in this context, in the cultural policies and the memories, and nowadays you might have the fabulations. The Sadia Hard talk about that, the Christina Sharp talk about that, Ariela Zulay talk about that. So what are fabulations? The possibility of creating worlds about historic facts, reordain them to subvert the story or the history. The samba music from samba also does that in all the spectrum, from different proper reference from the territory of the community. You can create these fairy tales, these fabulations, and not a story which was not told by the federal government, by the decrees, not the institutional form of them. Each one of us can do that with our own stories or with our histories, and we can do that with our causes and our the social friction. One thing is making a historical speech here. The other one is watching a movie, seeing a film, and going to a museum and getting to know different people. So this is a mediation part, and the cultural policies has this role of mediation, especially in subjects which were very hard in certain part of time. In an affirmative way, we can this bridge can be created by the cultural interaction. So the narrative can be created incorporating the narratives which are very unique, the singular ones, and then therefore escaping from the speech from the big museums which used to label indigenous folk peoples like only one idea. Now I'm gonna bring in here very quickly, this is a story of the Little Africa, because it's a case that helps us to think in this context. And Little Africa, let's say it was directly related to the global context of the 1970s, and as a mark, it's this colonization of the African countries and the redemocratization of the Latin American countries, because it's a memory that was born from this context, in order to hear the context story of the other groups which were not the ones in the power, like the white ones, the Catholic people, which was always being preserved by the public governmental policies and the big churches. How many big churches we have preserved, like a military forts preserved, tombed, and considered national patrimony or patrimony inheritance. So this pushes towards the revision of our own story, and also the history of the dictatorship. And so this allows us to have the perspective of other stories to flow, to come from this discussion, like the one I told you about the Holocaust. In terms of traffic, the transatlantic traffic of the enslaved people, it was a context of fight of Haiti and other African countries, because they asked reparation, pecuniary, financial reparation for all the damage they have suffered through the slavery process. Another big place of reparation is UNESCO, this big major the international policies. There is no such a thing as a consensus in terms of how to money-wise to repair the damage done in the past. And so the UNESCO proposed a symbolic reparation or paid back. This funding moment of our policies of the sensitive memories is a momentum where we have the beginning of this, at least an acknowledgement of a material, acknowledgement of what was done in the past. And the material acknowledgement is another step, which is also, I believe, one of the discussions of the COP30. We are in a process of advancement of the logics of we are destroying ourselves as a humankind. We found this movement in the 1970s, and then it started creating other forms of broadening this reparation. And the route of the slavery started with the symbolic reparation, this paid back process. This is a major agreement, international agreement, in that you form groups of researchers in order to catalog the routes and together the archives, the files, and we had this knowledge dictated by the colonization process, and all of these present moments of the restitution, pieces, artifacts, repatriation, items that belong to the route of the slaves meant the route of the slave had played a pivotal role here in Rio de Janeiro, because it will become a very important product here in the Brazilian culture. This is the cover of the dossier of the report at the beginning of these studies, but the slavery route was active and has generated many products and progress and publishings, exactly to make this conscientization process, to develop this consciousness among us. We are here, the Cais do Valongo is Valongo port. Well, Brazil can read them after redemocratization is a good field to discuss the identity, the idea of integrating ourselves. So all of us are Brazilians. There are no differences, racial, historical differences. There are differences, but we are harmonic. But the black movements already has beaten up all of to this idea. Many people to defend the racial democracy in our unconscious, in the national imaginary. Up to nowadays, we continue trying to create forms, all of us, teachers, artists, educators, professors, thinking means that to dilute and to combat this racial democracy. So I didn't say, I'm sorry, I didn't describe myself. I'm white, I'm of middle class, I of mid age, I'm a beige blouse with long sleeves and a blue denim. And when I say I'm white, is like a race discussion. What do we discuss? How do we discuss race, like a based on biological criteria, or how we would classify the race as the other? Because one of the discussions would, what is the other? What is the other? If that happens, who am I? Am I universal, totally universal? There is no such a thing as a universal thing. So authority. The authority is the basic meanings of being different. So all of us are different from each other, and each one of us has the his or her own identification, the identity. We can consider that our data statistics department here in Brazil, IBGE, might go through redoing its concept about considering what race means. It's important for us to understand that there are limits that we don't miss from our point, from view, from our reach, how these policies are built and they are constituted. That's what we're doing here today. In the case of IFAM, which is the National Historic Patrimony Heritage Institute, so Candomblé was recognized as a national patrimony in 1984, after the church of the white religions were acknowledged by the government. Then we create a public for we create a policy for the public, or when we create a segment, we create a public, and then we create policies for this public, like we have policies for the youth, for the women, for the indigenous. This is a formation, a foundational concept. The archaeological site for Zumbi dos Palmares is also acknowledged later on in Rio de Janeiro, reaching here our story of Little Africa. In the very same time, we have a narrative, a very incredible one, that Little Africa in Rio de Janeiro, the very first dramatization of the narrative of the Little Africa. The territory already existed, the registers were in there. Books were known, music was known, like Donga, Heitor do Prazeres, Macuraíba, Visit Seata, which is a song. What Roberto Moura does is gathering this data. He gathers the story to create a new story, another one. So that's what it's quite interesting, because we always can do it. A story which didn't exist before as organized one was a dispersive story, and from Tia Seata, the Little Africa, it becomes a policy. Why? Because it becomes a narrative. It's a book published by Funarte, which by itself is a cultural policy, and it organizes this huge narrative of the black presence in the city after the abolition, after the end of the slavery, and of our republic, and the creation of a republic. And this is expressly said by Moura. It's not my own statement, it's his. He says we have this challenge. The challenge is exactly after this process, after abolition, at the end of the slavery, we can include a whole contingent of black people who were slaves. We can include them in our systems of classes. We must socially include these people in jobs. They need to have housing, education, and this passage was a major preoccupation in the 1980s, because before that the premise was the natural concept, and then we start having different policies, mostly focused on this new need and this new look. So Moura comes to organize this thought, and after, in the following year, it creates a national policy which is this picture is from 2007, was taken by myself. So the rock of salt, or Pedra do Sal, was already acknowledged as a monument of the black culture, but nowadays it was taken by different references in the black struggle for recognition, in order to foster their territory as an ethnic territory. It was built in this fight. In this triple movement, which is artistic, intellectual, and political, we can consolidate the fact Little Africa as a memory policy, a collective process, and also a narrative. And from this momentum, and then in this context, we have many other initiatives acknowledging the memory, and they become being built and getting visibility, like the Sambódromo, which the Samba schools have their feast. Darcy Ribeiro was the one in charge at that time in the state government. It makes a lot of difference because it was a redemocratization process. He was considered from a left-wing party, and he assimilated many people, many activists in his own government office. He was very sensitive to these territorial demands and these demands for acknowledgement. And we had another moment. I got lost here. That was the port region of the year 2000. Then it brings our challenges while policies of memory, because if in the 1990s it was stable, relatively stable, as the process of redemocratization and this recognition, the acknowledgement of this debt which were necessary, the quotas for people, the history and the culture of the African Brazilian culture in the schools, if it was already pacified, then there was in the following year there was another project for the port area. It's a complicated discussion somehow, but it's part of our daily lives, because the policies change, because people change, the people in office change, the international, the world ordainment change. There is no such a thing as stability, not even the memory, and especially the urban areas. There are so many interests all the time, including the artistic ones. No, we are not against, reminding you once again, we are not against the state, but we have to foster our participation in the spaces, the venues. We have a context in the year 2000, which is a context of many civil works in the years, visibility for Rio de Janeiro, of the Olympics, of the World Cup, acknowledgement of cultural expressions, artistic expressions, but a great deal of real estate, and there are a speculation of the real estate market. There are many remotions here. Many places of Rio de Janeiro, I'm not going to list here because there are so many, because I'm sure you know some places which were removed. People made the option of living somewhere else because where they were was getting too expensive, even including the port area, which used to be a bohemian area and a night for nightlife and a dangerous, and then now it has become an Airbnb place, a middle-class housing project place. In one side you have this demands, territorial demands, and for acknowledgement, and they make this struggle to be acknowledged. And but the other side, you have the possibility of this memory becoming broadcasted and reaching another level for artistic or its artistic products. It's not an easy choice. For example, we have many groups of artists which get exhibited for the first time at the Museum of the Sea. There are many exhibits, many works of art exhibit at the Museum of Sea, Museu do Mar. The perfect scenario would be all of these living harmoniously together. during the beginning of the revitalization process, the main memory which was is still regarded by the government, state government, was a white memory, Spanish one. They wanted to make something like Montmartre. They wanted to build something like that. But later on, they start getting adjusted to the need of acknowledging the black memory, because it was interesting for the tourists, for the city as a whole, and that UNESCO project from the 1990s actually end up subsidize this kind of acknowledgement. And the site, the archaeological site of Cais do Valão, and the first moment here, the slavery process in Rio de Janeiro took place in Rio de Janeiro. In the world is nowadays is considered the main port for the slavery arrival in the whole world. And there is the reformulation of new public policies. This is archaeological site, and I'm sure you've been there before. This is a must-see place for all the schools in Rio de Janeiro. There is not a single day where I go there and it's not crowded by students. So here, wrapping up now, so talking a little how it was the creation of the dossier of the report of the UNESCO, like to say that to formulate and this place and to as a consensus place. The first issue is, which is very interesting, is this is a drawing by Debré and another one by Hugendas. And you get these archives in the dossier, in the report. You take the archives, the files which used to be considered colonial register reports, and use it. You make a counterpoint in order to state that actually exist enslaved people in there. The books were always present in this territory, so it's considered a fabulation, like a storytelling in the country. And he uses documents, but with another approach, with another perspective. Well, the first was used as domination. Now it has a different perspective. From this encounter of the existence of the Cais do Valão as a policy of memory, as also a public policy, we have these narratives making possible creating this space. And the Museum of the Art was just being inaugurated at this time when the picture was taken. And then we try to make a connection between the slavery, the past of the slavery, and the present situation of the favelas, of the slums, and the possibility of black artists continue exhibiting these places. And also it has become a place to rethink the city, like we think about the funk exhibit. It continues at a very restricted access in its financing. Not exactly these groups, not even the groups that dominated the funds for what happens in this place in the city. So it was create a historic route in this place. I found it incredible, the power of broadcasting. The idea of the Cais do Valão allows, like the samba enredo, the score of samba music, creating a monument of Mercedes Batista, creating another historical mark, creating another the romance, o crime do Cais do Valão, the crime at the Valongo port, and reinforcing this imaginary. I would like to wrap up with this image, a panel made in 2021 at the Porto Zone in Rio about the civil rights. The theme is civil rights and the resistance of the black people. So we have Martin Luther King here, we have the slave Anastasia, we have George Floyd, who had been just killed a year, the previous year. So we create this huge panel in order not to miss this discussion about the black issue, and making it a celebration place, a touristic place. And in 2024, this panel was completely faded white, was repainted in order to create an impact. on the city hall which had created. It was faded, was repainted, so it was just unbelievable. So what I mean is that the struggle is not ended, the fight has not finished yet. So although sometimes it seems that democracy is more stable, we know it's not what happens. That we must deal with all this ambiguity of the members, this tense relationship with our own process of a neoliberal, how the state and the market to work together because they're the same things, because they are not separate. How we can create strategies, how mediators, which is our responsibility, and in fact, the strategies that make struggles that don't depend only of the public funding, that depend not only just of the governmental state acknowledgement, but creating other forms of belonging, other concepts that will not be faded, will not be erased. The difficulty of having this acknowledgement for the type of sensitive memory that we have is still, and many for to be treated, and that's it. Thank you, Roberta. And just getting a link from you, it's what we said in the beginning, and the table when I talked about the why we think about policies, policies for the culture, and things about the culture, the policy, cultural policies, and the guarantee of the rights, because the structures, they are mediators for many demands from different groups, from many groups. So you brought in a spectrum, who is elaborated spectrum regarding these processes and how they're still alive and beating and posing these daily lives. And thank you.
And now let us open for Q's and A's, questions and answers. We have a first question to our right. Let's work as we always do. Join 2 or 3 questions as before, and then it'll work better this way. What do you reckon? So questions and then every okay, here we go for the first one.
Hi, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank Sesc for the possibility of being here. We're from a public school from Baixada Fluviense, from the outskirts of the city. The society usually sees a space of people who enter as dumb and leave as robbers. We found 20 years ago this project called Africanity, which tries to boost the self-esteem of that population, bring other possibilities. And during a while, and this speech matches to the speech by Rosa, that somehow in a particular moment she realized it was a museum, that was a social museology. And this almost 20 years we have a historic of the law of 1639 beyond the project, through the graffiti of the walls of the school, and thinking about not erasing everything and painting everything in gray, like Marisa Monte said about the work presented by the teacher. And we start the inventory process, a participative process. Here we have almost 90 graffitis, almost 90. We realized that there were almost 90 graffitis, and the picture of that, and the picture of Rosa, and the inventory of the collective work of the community, and this inventory which also affectionate in from the elementary school. These students chose what they wanted to measure, what they want to picture, and we identified who the artist was. There are works there since 2015, so it was very interesting that there was a perception of that the graffiti has 3 meanings. One, preserving the patrimony. The restrooms, that, for example, there was a black where they can take a picture of that, and there is another one intervention in there, preserving there, and the aesthetic benefits, which is beneficial, and the pedagogical benefit, which has many different intellectualism, like indigenous and black, and they want to know that the students, the female students, want to know who they are. I'm very happy here for Sesc giving us a possibility. We always take part of these events here, but for us to choose this day here today, it was not Sesc who chose. We chose this day, and this vision here. The Professor Nelson Bezerra from Oeste State University of Rio de Janeiro, he said to us recently, for what you do here, it's social museology. You have a museum here, you don't even know that. And so what we do is going through the whole school, telling the story of each one of the graffitis, the meaning of each one of them, who the artist is, and so man, you already have all this the whole route, the screening for that. I didn't even know it was an exhibit. We're doing that in a very organic and natural fashion. So to combat this thought of enter as a dumb and leave as a robber, and we thought about having a territory, because we are very close by, beside the Museum of São Bento. And I want to thank you very much for this opportunity and invite you to the Brizo Lunciap 201 at the neighborhood called São Bento, through the social media, through the social network, or in loco. We count on this inventory from Ivan and thinking about the public policies, and then we would just, now we have this parliamentary amendment which allows us to claim our rights, and we think that the public policies will allow us to implement our projects the upcoming year. There is a lot of potentiality in these territories, like looking at the outskirts of the city. All the society has to understand there are many potentialities there. Thank you very much.
Next question. All right, here we go. I'd like to thank our lecturers. Thank you very much for your generosity, this exchange, everything you brought to us today. Takes us and opens ways to rethink our structures, issues regarding culture. It is always great to bring diversity of analysis and looks to our practices. Have a great afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much once again. Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, ladies, for your contribution. I want to thank and ask, accessibility, translation, recording, video, audio, YouTube, Sesc team, Sesc Rio, whom it is, please, from the TV shows, we've reached the end of our 4th seminar of Cultural Mediation International. So, a round of applause for these great and beautiful students. You never know, perhaps in the future, educators, professors, and cultural mediators will be born here. So, thank you, everyone who's watching us on YouTube. Thank you so much, and see you next year. Thank you.
Foto, foto.